What is going on, everybody? It's your boy Universal Veteran here again with another video. And today I can't go to work. Um, we have gotten snowed in completely, and I literally they so I was willing to go to work this morning, but when I called my work and talked to them that I was going to be a little late, they said just stay home because it's that bad. We got about a foot of snow here. I spent a good 45 minutes digging out my driveway. I didn't even get it all done either. Um, Thankfully, a nice guy helped me with his tractor snowblower and got my main got the front part of my driveway since it's connected to the main street, and the snowplows like to bury us in right at the main street. So I was able to get my sidewalks done and about half of my driveway before I just gave up. Um, as for what I'm going to be doing today, it is only 8:40 in the morning still. I was expecting to work, like I said, but now that's kind of out of the window. So at this point, it's kind of figuring out what to do exactly. Um, so I was going to play Elden Ring, but I want to save this game for playing with my friend, my sister's boyfriend, because these type of games are fucking hard for me. Very difficult. You know how much I was struggling on the last stream, right? It was definitely wasn't fun at all. Um, so I'm going to save Elden Ring um, for later. Um, Same thing with Lethal Company. The only reason I bought it is because I wanted to play with my friend, and he had it. So I'm going to just kind of not touch that game for now. If that makes sense. Um, I'm still going to go to the gym today, thankfully. Um, I'm going to make sure I hold my live stream chat open because the last thing I want is to miss somebody's comment like I did last time. Um, but yeah, I struggled really bad this morning trying to get all the snow done. I went to the gym yesterday and did nothing but fucking arms. It was just brutal. I spent 45 minutes to an hour in there. I did. What was it? One, two, three, four, five. Five different exercises, four sets of 10. So what is that? 40, 4, 8, 12, 16, 200 reps altogether just for my arms, and they're so fucking sore today. Um, which is good. I'm glad they're sore because it means that I'm gonna be experiencing growth. But it, it's so fucking just ugh, man. So when I was going out to shovel snow, I was just fucking dying. My arms were just fucking jelly, especially with how sore they are. And then having to do that, I just gave up halfway through. I was like, fuck this. So, um, as for what I'm gonna do, I haven't really decided. I was thinking about jumping on 7 Days to Die and finishing or continuing with my base design, my base build. I might shoot over to play some Resident Evil 6 um, later. I haven't actually touched this game um, before. Um, Hell, I haven't played a Resident Evil game in 10 years, so I want to try it out. Um, as for those two, I might jump onto some Halo in a little bit. It kind of just depends. I plan on streaming the majority of the day, so Um, it's kind of up in the air of what I decide to do. I might go on the internet, read some manga, and listen to some videos on YouTube as well. There's really no focal point of what I want to do on this stream today, but I'm still going to go to the gym even though we're fucking snowed in right now. So at some point I'm going to have to finish shoveling the rest of my driveway. But, oh my god, my arms hurt. Um, Give me a second. But yeah, so I guess we'll, for now, jump on some 7 Days to Die and continue with my base. I'll probably do some mining as well, but I'm hoping my son doesn't wake up for at least a couple hours. But I doubt that. I doubt he's not going to wake up. He'll probably wake up in the next hour or so. Oh, wait, did I change my... No, I think I did. I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Oh, shit. So, for the most part, when I'm playing 7 Days to Die, um, I'll show you in a second. I normally don't do just single player worlds, you know. I usually do. I usually play on a server. But the server is so far in advance right now. And Alpha 22 is going to come out at some point this year. I'm kind of waiting for that to happen before I jump on the server. They have like 3,000 fucking days right now. Here, let's go to my favorites. This one. 2,427 days. I would jump on it and build up my base on this, but I don't want to build a massive base, you know, and then only for it to be destroyed in 400 days from now. I don't want that to happen. So I am going to just hold off on playing on the server. Maybe next time when Alpha 22 comes out, we'll play on this server. But for now, I don't want to touch it. So we're just gonna play on. Why is my audio fucked up? We're just gonna play on my base that I have. So I actually got pretty far into building my base. Farther than the last video that I made with this. I'm on day like 100 something right now. But I actually got a lot done so far. Oh. And then we just gotta wait to get in. I don't know how long this is gonna actually take for me to get in. Oh. Oh my god, this is gonna take forever. Yeah, I already did because I was freaking shoveling this morning. Yeah. We're not gonna do it right away. You just woke up. But we will go in a little bit. No, Ender, we're not doing it now. No. And plus, it's all fluffy snow anyway. You can't really pack it into a. You can't pack it into anything. What?
You know that timer, that clock thing up there? That clock thing up there?
Yeah. What about it?
It had an alarm, and it went off, and I woke up from it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Nice. Well, I ended up shoveling half the driveway and I gave up because my arms hurt. It's too much. I didn't. Yes, I did. I didn't shovel. I didn't shovel at all. I'm gonna wait until it stops snowing. I know. He didn't mess with me. Thank God. Hi, kitty. Kitties.
She was like actually sleeping with me. No, when I woke up,
Hi,
I
kitties.
saw him like sleeping on my leg. Then I went back to sleep for a little bit.
Yes, that's my headphones, kitties. Alright. Well, my work called me off. So I didn't even call off. They called me off.
Yeah, because it was too much snow to drive.
I know. Now look how many.
You would be back at 10.
Look how many snowplows are out right now. Hold up. Do plow cameras. Wait, no. Plow locations.
Is that snow?
Those are all plows. Individual plows.
Old people?
Yep.
Driving trucks?
Mhm. No, just plows doing the snow on all the highways. Yeah. Hold up. Yeah. Screw it. So my son took my phone, so I'm not going to be able to see if you guys message me at all or talk in the chat. But I will show you what I've done so far with the base. Let's do CM, DM. So this is the base so far. You really can't see it because the damn. Yeah, I still have to do all the walls, but I'll show you. So my goal on this is I can build the base up, you know. I can build all this up. That's not a problem, but I'm not going to, oh shit. I'm not going to add materials. So you see like all this paint and everything. I'm going to keep it all, but as for everything else, I'm going to, like, as I collect stuff, I'm going to separate it all. Like, as I mine, I don't want to just add 50,000 fucking wood. It's just going to do nothing. It's not going to solve any problem. But I added a bunch of furnaces. Added a bunch of this level is just mostly for furnaces and everything, just to keep up with all this stone that I get from mining. Oop, I don't have anything in it. Same thing with this side. I haven't activated those yet, because I need to get more coal. And then I got the workbench, and all the cement mixers. I haven't done anything with these yet because I haven't got materials yet for them. But speaking of which, I need to add some chem stations. Oh wait, I already do. I'm an idiot. Whatever. We'll just have one more. I still need to go explore everything, but I need to continue set fog. What is the command for set fog? 7 days to die fog command. There we go. Maybe this will help a little bit better. I'll show you what I've done so far. I still got a lot to do on this base. Also, not this level, but this level. So I added, on the top layer, I added some more farm. And then I'm just gonna keep going up and up. I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna do with these levels yet, but yeah. So this is what my base looks like for now. I think I should show you the mining spot that I have made over there. You know, to a lot of people this seems like counterproductive of Jesus Christ. Good God. Okay, I don't get anything. Good God. Alright. Let's head back. I didn't realize those crates gave you all those fucking materials. let's do this. Let's pick that one. We will dump every book. So books. We'll leave the books with those, and then we'll put all the armor and shit. And then let's do this. Guns. Ammo. So guns, ammo. Let's do medical in here. Ammo. I'm gonna get, okay, books. And then ammo, medical, stew. Wait. Food. Any more food? Fuck it, we'll put all the seeds in here too. Medical. And then we need parts. Parts. Nope, not that. Yeah, we'll put that in there. And then, materials. Oops. We'll put food. Put gold coins in there. shit in there. Oop, leave that alone. What else do I got here? Materials. Oop, not that. Do medical. And then, where's the books? Did I not put a book? Am I an idiot? Oh. I'm gonna get confused with this real quick. Alright. Nope, wait. Alright, let's go collect more. Alright. Oh, nice. So, this is the mine that I've mined out so far. Ooh, damn, I'm almost full. then we'll do, those are books. And then medical. And then we'll do parts. Materials. Parts. Iron, clay. Did I do lead? Lead. And then ammo. Alright. Looks like this is the only one left. Oh, there's more. Oh, shit. Alright. Let's explore a little bit. So the one server that I play on, it gets really crazy. There's a lot more shit than I have right now, but you're able to fly when you unlock the mods. So this flying aspect that I'm doing right now really isn't that uncommon. But obviously you're not going to get it right away like I have, you know. One of the mods that they have on there, it adds, I got super jump, like an extreme super jump, and it's definitely more than what, I mean, it's not as much as you would get right now, you know. But the whole flying aspect isn't as uncommon as you would think, especially on the server that I play on. But for now, this is just going to be the server, or I'm going to play on this until yeah, until I unlock, not unlock, until God, I can't fucking speak. Until that server wipes, and then I will get back on it. But God knows when that's going to be. That could be 3 or 4 months from now, but I don't want to make the risk of building a whole base, you know, like this, and then it being gone, like I said, right away. So I'm just not even going to attempt playing on it at the moment. Oh, here comes another. Um, what am I looking for? Materials, yep. So we need iron. Where's the iron? Right there. Iron. Did I even do cement? Yeah, I did. And then did I do sand? Alright. Ooh. Oh. Alright. So I wonder if I can... Yeah, let's delete that. I'm almost fucking full. Oh, my neck. I might have to put this in a different spot, to be honest. Oh. Oh my god, my body hurts. Fucking cat. Hi. What are you doing? Turd. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and mine. I think I'm gonna mine for a bit. I might actually listen to something in the meantime.
Poll after poll shows Trump is the weakest candidate against Joe Biden, but Nikki Haley crushes Biden.
I love looting. This news video I haven't read yet. Listen to.
Okay, welcome to a new series within which we will consider how would you plan for travelling to the galaxy of M41. Initially this will be from a perspective of ourselves, but in the future we could open this up to any number of speculative scenarios. I wanted to tackle this because it's a topic I've always seen capture people's speculative imaginations when it comes to 40k. What is it really like in the Imperium for ordinary people? Which is a classic thought experiment. What would you do if you had to travel to the Imperium? Where would you choose to visit? And is there even any way to plan this safely at all? Or do you have to accept some risk and that you need to be ready for any eventuality? I always enjoy thought experiments. How would you survive the apocalypse? If you were going to choose a place to hide out a zombie outbreak, where would you choose to go? How would you get there safely? What would you need to provide? For how long? And so on. I think comparable explorations in the 40k verse could be a very fun subject for an ongoing series, which is what I'm doing. So today I'm asking, what if we could travel forward in time to the Imperium? Now, just want to say, full disclosure, you guys know I hate time travel, and also yes, I will talk about Genefather at some point in time, but for the purposes of a fun experiment, I will indulge. So when and where would you choose to travel to? What steps would you need to take to do it with some safety? What could you actually do at all before you were dragged off to become a servitor? Could you avoid the horrors of the Imperium and survive? The galaxy of 40k for
I
ordinary
doubt
human
it.
life is extremely vague for the most part. The daily grind, even the details of members of the Administratum and the Ecclesiarchy are barely spoken to, because we most often see things by the endless recanting of power struggles that take place within the most powerful factions and individuals, the Space Marines, Inquisition, Mechanicus, etc. Quite obviously, as a visitor to the future, you'll not have any access or encounters with such individuals, which is very likely no bad thing, but undoubtedly a little disappointing for some. But this journey will still be far from simple. It will present some significant challenges, so I'm going to give you some advice on what to consider before travelling to the Imperium. Now, by its nature, this can't be comprehensive, which means you have to do additional research of your own, especially about the particular time and the place you select for visiting. Are we talking about the Imperium in M41,
What?
the Imperium in M30, M32, M34? It's all very
Hi.
different, as will be the location you're choosing to travel to. Are you visiting Terra,
What?
Cadia, a Forge world?
Why?
Very obviously, in order to make this work, we'll need to speculate
Ender,
so as to
we
fill
will
in the
do
gaps,
it.
plus take
Taking too long.
What? You can't go out like that. You can't wear that. Because it's... Ender, there's so much snow out.
Can you block the cat?
Just wait. Damn it. Ender. You can't just go outside and think you're just going to build a snowman like that. That's not going to work.
And wear snow pants.
Look over there. Not over here.
I know there's snow boots over here, but only one. And I found the other one. And the other one. Can we get the cat some really snow here for us? Like when we go outside? When we want to
Hold
go.
up. Let me see if I can find your stuff. Where's my phone at?
Upstairs.
Go grab it so I can see the light.
Oh. See?
Because I can't see in here.
What do you
Go get the light. Ender, your snow pants are in there, I think.
They are.
You don't even have any gloves. Alright, turn that off.
That's where it'll go fit.
Shit. Yeah, out. Go.
Where is it? Where? You can't go up there. Jacket! We only found one glove.
You gotta take your shoes off and everything.
Yeah.
My stuff's in the garage.
Damn it! My pants have to be high. Oh.
So, for those who might come into the stream, I'm going to be um
My snow pants. Or like a cat.
I'm going to be going outside with him. I know. Mwah.
Why are you so cute? I think I'll stop.
Sorry, me and Ander just
making some necessarily plausible leaps and suspension of disbelief where we have to. For starters, we're using an ambiguous time travel device, so that's a pretty big one. But beyond that, I will try to make adaptations and limitations that are, at a maximum, to my mind, semi-plausible. Personally, I find considering what your limitations would be as interesting as any glorious wonders you could witness. Otherwise, I'm pretty much just listing the cool things in the Imperium, which is not really the purpose here. Would you end up thrown into a pit to be forgotten about and rot, or could you integrate well into the daily civilian structure of a hive city? You're not going to be able to just wander in like a tourist and start looking around. You're going to have to play a role, you're going to have to immerse yourself, and you're going to have to be pretty good at that if you want to survive. Now, if you enjoyed this video today and you have another variation of speculatives for me to explore in another episode, please tell me in the comments. We may look at some of the specifics I've given today, but in a lot more detail on their own at another time, like a hive city, a shrine world. Who knows, maybe Komorra, a rebelling planet. There are any number of possibilities. But let's begin by planning this journey with the goal of safety generally, but also successfully visiting the Imperium of M41 and hopefully living to tell about it. So first we have our time machine, and we're presuming that it's not just travelling in time, because that means staying in one static position as time moves around you, as seen in the classic 1960s time machine. For our purposes, we're also going to be travelling in space, much like the TARDIS from Doctor Who. You could add in an additional mechanic of, is this a literal vehicle, or is it more of a personal device you can carry with you anywhere? All of those other specifics, that's something for you to decide how you want it to be. Either way, that's our speculative mechanic. We can travel to any time, to any place. So let us not think any more about that in any detail. The more problematic issue is that unlike travelling to the human past, which we for the most part have a pretty good idea about unless you're going very far back, if you're going to the future, we can only guess at the details we need to prepare and enable ourselves to blend in seamlessly, especially when it comes to documentation and technology. And because we're travelling to the future, this actually places quite significant limitations upon us. Most obviously, securing, like I said, any technology to blend in with, that's going to be very difficult. We can't obviously just make future stuff. And in the Imperium, some social classes, designations are going to have default augmentation. Identity tags, perhaps some are biometric. This is going to very significantly limit where you could reasonably integrate yourself and just generally explore. So that's both a limitation and also one of the most significant risks for us in travelling to the Imperium. Somebody saying, hey, where is that thing? Why don't you have it? We know how paranoid Imperial worlds are to infiltration, and any anomaly in an individual, depending on how attentive officials of a world may be, could be a major red flag. And that risk of scrutiny only increases the higher up the ladder of Imperial society you go. So realistically, we're going to end up staying pretty low down the pile. Because unlike travelling to the past, we also couldn't, say, forge documents or other papers that would enable us to be passed off as a local or a trader or something like this. And there's of course another big question of, when do you travel, like we said? M41, M32, M30, M29. For the purposes of this video today, I'm keeping it simple and sticking to M41. Obviously though, the time period selected has a significant impact on the parameters of a visit. Also, I say I'm keeping it simple. Yeah, M41 is 1,000 years. It's a pretty big time period. Then lastly, as noted, it's extremely unlikely we would be able to, say, visit a Space Marine monastery. We wouldn't be able to visit Mechanicus world, or anywhere individuals of high status inhabit. It's just not realistically feasible. There would be an extreme risk of being discovered almost immediately as somebody who did not belong, and the consequences for just being anywhere you are not supposed to be in the Imperium are of course severe. Being executed outright would be the very best thing that could happen to you. Servo skulls and all manner of sensory equipment are continually patrolling, especially in high value areas and infrastructure. Coupled with identity technology, they're just everywhere in the Imperium, and especially on worlds with the Astartes or the Mechanicus or any part of the Administratum that's valuable. So before we even get to choosing a world or a type of world to travel to, let's look at some of the things we need to consider in planning the expedition. One of the major factors in planning a successful expedition to the Imperium is in selecting the right place, of course. The galaxy is an extraordinarily massive place. The supposed million worlds of the Imperium would seem to suggest that there's a wealth of exploration for any travellers. And if we're talking about just existing and taking the opportunity to enjoy the architecture, the general ambience and the environment, this may well be achievable. But it does still depend mostly on those key limitations for us. Most importantly, identification in terms of do you have it, can you provide it, and if anybody's going to ask you for it. On many Imperial worlds, you would be ID tagged in some form, very likely from birth. And depending on how meticulous they are about scrutinizing us, this may be to be able to keep not only a track of who you are, but where you are. Anybody without such a form of ID is going to be immediately in significant trouble. So this means we either need to select a world or a situation where that would be less of a problem, or we would need to consider a situation upon a world where that is at least less likely to be encountered. So straight away, that significantly limits our options. As we noted, this fairly rules out any immediate thoughts of wandering the halls of an Astartes fortress. I mean, that's just not a thing that any ordinary humans are doing anyway, or really any military infrastructure of the Imperium. Mechanicus worlds, similarly, just an automatic no, because they'll be heavily locked down by terrifyingly advanced technology, personal IDs everywhere, and again, anywhere that wealthy or noble members inhabit, such as the upper hive spires, it's going to be just off the table. Trying to just wander into a hive spire, or just strolling through the front gates of a palatial estate, it's not an option, because these are not places you can just walk into and start looking around. It's a closed space, it's private property, it's owned by somebody, it's patrolled, it's probably heavily guarded, and not to mention that most spaces in the Imperium are quasi-military installations of some sort or another. So it's not something anybody can just decide to go poking around in, snapping holiday photographs. We also need to consider the general region of space we are in. Are we considering somewhere like Badab, Necromunda, a broader area such as Ultramar? What about the Sol system itself? The possibilities are innumerable. But to keep things moving today, I likely would play it safe and choose somewhere like Ultramar, which is pretty stable, holds you the highest possibility of being pretty well ordered, and while this could mean, again, problems blending into the existing order of a world, it's likely preferable to one where you could fall into trouble as part of some randomly sparked conflict or other localized complication. But we'll come back to this, and for the purposes of today, I will discuss Terra itself as an option, because people always raise that one as a destination. One of the first things to consider though is going to be your health. Very likely we're not going to be partaking in crystal clear aquavitae drunk by the nobility or enjoying their purified air and rejuve treatments. We're going to be down in the masses, because this gives us the highest possibility of blending in unnoticed and remaining anonymous. So just as with any travel, we have to contend with pathogens, infections, GI stuff. and in general the pollution of life for ordinary people. In many hive worlds, the air itself is horribly toxic. And before travelling, you're going to want to get, obviously, vaccinated for literally everything we could offer you, but given the time we're travelling to, it's almost a certainty you're going to encounter an unfriendly virus or bacteria you have not done before. And to just put all the cards on the table, there's a very high possibility of this just being fatal for you. As we know from history and biology in general, encountering a pathogen that has taken thousands of years to evolve, and all the organisms around it having built an accumulated strength against it, and then you coming in as a neutral, weak entity, usually means a horrible death. I mean, this is one of the reasons why Ebola is so insanely deadly, because it developed in bats, which have a fierce immune system, allowing the virus to rapidly develop its strength. Then when it jumped to humans, which have a much weaker immune system, then they suddenly face what is for bats usually not anything to worry about, for humans pretty deadly, which, to be clear, is not very good for the virus even itself, because it wants to be able to spread itself as much as possible, which it can't do if it just kills everything it encounters quickly. It's surely not good for the people it infects either. So travelling to the distant future unfortunately faces you with the prospect of something comparable to that being a pretty high possibility. Also, in the Imperium, medical care is pretty sporadic. Again, if you're down in the masses, it's going to be pretty slim pickings. If you're up in the wealthier levels of society, you're going to have medical hubs you can go to, speak to, etc. But if you face some injury down in the peon masses of a lower hive city, you're pretty much going to have to deal with anything that happens yourself. So in travelling to the Imperium and surrounding yourself with many thousands of workers in the slums of a hive city, it may enable you to go more easily undetected, but you're also probably going to run the risk of encountering an aggressive virus or poisoning from one thing or another: food, water, even the air itself. For me personally, hive worlds not necessarily the top of my list. For similar reasons, we also probably want to avoid any worlds with extreme climates and strange life forms. Travelling on Earth alone brings us into contact with any number of weird insects which can cause diseases, unpleasant reactions, and we know these mostly tend to inhabit warmer climates. So to put it simply, Kadashan is off my list of tourist destinations as well. But taking some basic medications that we have now may be beneficial, it may not, but I'd always rather take it than not. All the usual things plus anything extra you can get your hands on. Just understand that, again, it might not be effective at all, but still. General hygiene also could be an issue, and this is always something that's going to be beneficial in keeping you just healthy, so consider anything you need in that regard. I think just a note about taking any packages with you, and this will lead into us talking about plausibility next, but if you're taking any packages, bottles, stuff like this, take the labels off or add your own labels so it makes it clear to you what it is, but it doesn't appear as if it's been printed by some kind of corporate company. Because, again, our general impression from what we can tell, that's not really a thing in the 40k verse. Obviously, there are companies and businesses and so forth producing goods, fabricating things, but you generally don't get the idea that people are going to supermarkets and then choosing different products. That's not really how things are working in the Imperium. So it's going to want to seem as if it's, some chemical that you've procured from somewhere and then labelled on a random container yourself. In regards to safety physically, this is going to be a factor when we consider which worlds and locations we want to try and integrate into. Obviously, we're not looking to drop ourselves into the middle of a planetary war, nor an underhive gang war, or, well, some of you might want that. But ordinary life can be equally hazardous, not least if we were to encounter somebody who just decided to really question our viability or the purpose for us being in a specific location. And this connects to another rationalization we discuss later. But first and foremost, it brings us to our next line of thinking, which is plausibility. One of our key considerations will not just be where we choose to travel, but also what is our reason for being wherever we're travelling to. It's an important safety factor, and it's certainly, as if not more, of an important factor than just the location itself that we're going to visit. So what could we be doing wherever we are? To blend into, say, the population of a world, and given we lack the ability to pass ourselves off while travelling as some kind of high-ranking official, you're going to need to have an appropriate role and agenda for being there. Because whilst tourism is fairly obviously not a thing in the Imperium for any others than the highest nobles, elite members of the Imperium staff, rogue traders, it can exist for ordinary citizens or lower down administratum, but only under the umbrella of religious pilgrimage, some kind of investigation, historical investigation, these kind of duties. There of course could be some other peripheral reasons for general exploration. Maybe, for example, you could be a messenger for a trader, a rogue trader, a noble, and they've just told you what you need to be doing. Some of that is going to be more or less plausible dependent on the world you visit. If you're just doing general exploration and study, a feudal world might be more plausible than a hive world, but also visiting a feudal world isn't necessarily going to give you the best experience of the Imperium that you're looking for. So a religious journey is also going to be the only reason ordinary members of a populace have to travel off their own world, or for that matter other locations even upon their home world for the most part. Like we said, the only others who really get to travel freely wherever they want to or within their own system are going to be the upper echelons of society, and that for us is immediately ruled out because of the restrictions there. It's going to be stuff like ID, but if you're trying to integrate into the nobility or higher up levels, those social circles are going to be much smaller. In the nobility, it's going to be family based. People are going to know who one another are, or they're going to expect you to explain who you know in order for them to know who you are. So it just gets complicated. It's not an option. So whatever role we select for ourselves, we need to try and choose a world where we have some chance of successfully integrating without the need of fabricating some kind of biometric ID or other official ID. And one thing that you might try to swing plausibility in our favour if we don't have ID is going to be to travel with companions, because travelling with others is going to be good for multiple reasons, namely safety in numbers, just against general altercations and other bad actors, but also because it does add weight to your viability within the world. You're not suddenly just a lone random individual suspiciously hanging around. You've got people there who can give weight and legitimacy to whatever it is your backstory is. However, even with companions, you're going to very likely still stick out like a sore thumb, and that's a problem. Not only for officials and security, who are always looking for those who don't conform and appear suspicious, but also because you might appear as prime candidates for criminals to exploit. Just like tourists in our time who are preoccupied with trying to find their bearings, not knowing the lay of the land, thinking about what they're doing tonight, and generally just being distracted about what's going on around them, travelling to any time period alternate to our own will present the problem of you blending in and not being confident about where you are and what's happening. It may not be the most enjoyable way to see or experience what you've come for, but it's going to be necessary that you try and keep your eyes to the ground sometime and you're not just gaping in awe at everything all around you, because that's going to be a little suspicious. And then you come to the simple fact that life in the Imperium for ordinary citizens is just pretty dangerous, because whilst technically there's laws and those who enforce them, when you're part of the anonymous rabble of a world, inevitably people are going to disappear into darkened corners to face untold, immoral and generally horrendous consequences. So travelling alone is certainly a surefire way to increase risk to yourself or something untoward happening. But then again, you might feel that it's easier in travelling alone because then you only have to worry about yourself. You don't have to worry about what everybody else is doing around you all the time, and you might find that that actually works better. The one thing that could be difficult if you are travelling as an individual is that just as at any point in human history, you naturally construct a support network of people around you. That means contacts, different places you generally frequent and interact with, which all lends itself to your plausibility. And if you're a stranger, this is something you obviously lack. So trying to pass yourself off as a local, it's probably not a good call. Don't go that hard on your immersion, as when faced with even the most simple passing conversation, you're going to trip up. If you can't name the owner of the local recycled aqua dispenser, the local amble chopper, you're going to have a problem. But if you had the gift of the silver tongue, you might be able to talk your way around such issues. Something you saw, so-and-so told you, oh, I didn't realise that owner had changed, I've been away, any number of things. Another option might be in carrying or memorising some references that can be thrown out in response, but importantly made as offhand comments and with confidence. And that confidence counts for a lot in human interaction, because people put a lot of weight in the confidence of how you say something and how spontaneously and easy you say it, more than often what you say. So even if somebody doesn't completely understand who Jack Drogon is when you're asked who was your supervisor in District 7, they might let it pass initially, and it'll be enough for you to be on your way, because they would say, well, that guy clearly had that on the top of his head, he didn't hesitate, he knew what he was talking about, it must be legit. In the same way that I've seen in real life guys go into a university wearing overalls and carry out gigantic televisions and nobody question it at all, because they just think, oh, there's some guys, they obviously work, they know what they're doing, and in actuality they're burglarizing the property. And that's actually happened. Because if people are confident and they're going about their business and they're not really bothering anybody else, people tend to think, they're just doing what they're supposed to be doing. Nobody's going to question that. And if you can carry that confidence with you when you're interacting with people, it's going to give more weight to your character. And this most likely would only help though if you were being randomly questioned by another citizen, being asked an ordinary question such as where have you come from, who do you know here. Whilst not necessarily truthful or accurate, any lie that sounds confident is better delivered naturally with ease, as if it's a fact that you just had to hand, than stammering, trying to search for an answer, which is going to always arouse people's suspicion, people's human sense of this doesn't seem legit. One obvious thought as well is going to be next your personal aesthetic. What are you going to wear? Most citizens in the Imperium seem to wear relatively simple cloth garments, leather belts, maybe some synthetic materials. None of your ordinary citizens are going to be wearing any fancy, though, high-end stuff. And again, remembering, no matter where you are, ordinary life for citizens, it's not the most clean. It's probably going to be, still passably clean if you're not in the slums, but it's not going to be, pristine. So you're going to want some grubby clothes. Most likely as well, we're going to be mixing in with the populace. So just keep stuff plain, definitely unbranded, something that's been worn in, a little torn in places maybe. This is a good start. It's also very likely that people make do and mend their own clothing, so make some simple additions to your own. Add a pocket, so they appear as if they've been salvaged and reworked. It might be a good idea, especially if you can come up with a good explanation as to what those adaptations are, if that subject ever came up. And then lastly, as we know, many worlds, even peaceful worlds, still are at ever-present threat from individuals or a wrong crowd you might fall foul of. So maybe perhaps sewing in some thick leather onto parts of your clothing to look as if it's kind of protective might not be a terrible idea. But again, all of this is going to need to look worn in, not particularly clean, not as if it's brand spanking new. If you wanted, you could maybe add some protective materials inside, sewn into the clothing to protect you from any random potential assaults, but again, that could create questions of its own. Why have you got that? So it's a personal choice. Another consideration, and maybe a little all in, but still, tattoos. It would mean committing yourself fully to the role, but if you're taking a trip into the unknown that could cost your life, and I guess you'll remember forever, it may well be worth it. For something like a tattoo, you're obviously going to want it to be visible to get the maximum benefit out of it. However, you're also going to need to be very careful with your selection. It's going to be best to go generic. An Aquila, some kind of imperial iconography, maybe a favourite quote from the Ecclesiarchy, but don't go down the route of writing Cadia across your head, Mordian 8th, a fleur-de-lis. Somebody's going to see it, they're going to think you're a deserter or some other kind of oddity which needs to be interrogated. But if we're talking about ballsy choices, there is something which I thought of which is a pretty high risk situation and something I will talk about throughout this video. But I actually realised, yeah, you could go in on this and it could work. There's a strong possibility that at the lower levels of society, nobody would be stupid enough to go around wearing an Inquisition tattoo on the side of the head, or more prominently, other than an Inquisitor, or better still, a member of an Inquisitor's retinue to show that they belong. We're already restricting ourselves to inhabiting the lower levels of Imperial society just because of the restrictions that exist for us there. And along with that, nobody would ordinarily dare to fabricate that role, because inevitably they would be found out and dealt with, at some point in time. But if we consider for our purposes we're just doing it in the short term, this could in fact be an option. It does carry a decent risk, but it also could make other things, which are also risks, considerably easier, especially if you had crafted up something resembling an Inquisitor's seal that they always hand out to their retinue to give them viability, to enable them to say, hey look, I'm the bloody Inquisition, you guys need to do what I say. Now, like I say, the only caveat with that is that this is really only going to be feasible to use as a means of forcing low-level citizens aside safely, because most inquisitorial seals contain very complex genetic biometric identity markers to ensure they're officially recognized, and also that they cannot be faked. Using such a fake seal on, say, arbites, guild members within a hive city, nobility, there's a strong possibility that's going to create you some massive problems. But again, if your back was against the wall and you had nothing else to fall back on, it's not completely implausible that they would just accept its authenticity at face value. Because really, how often as an individual in the Imperium do you have an Inquisitor's seal shoved in your face? Because also, who would dare question it? Who would dare to try and blag their way through pretending to be an inquisitorial retinue? But it's still a pretty big risk if they were to call your bluff. But as I say, what's better, one huge risk or many smaller risks? So plausibility is a very significant factor in safely carrying out your travelling operation, but it's down to your own preference as to how all in you want to go. Do you want to try and blend in as a humble peon worker, or will you go slapping your Inquisitor's seal on people's faces, relying on this to terrify them into submission, get around, see what you need to see, and get out? And like I was saying earlier, just for the sake of making a tangent, this kind of brazen confidence is well known to be historically effective. During wartime, many examples exist where an escaped soldier or political prisoner have been able to pass through security checkpoints, guarded checkpoints, by stealing uniforms of a higher rank and expressing a blasé or irritated demeanour, like open the gates, to which any guards or officials think to themselves, whoa, I don't want to question this, it's more trouble than it's worth, this guy's having a bad day. To be clear, pretty dangerous approach, because if you're called out, there's nowhere to hide with it. But again, if your back's against the wall, you've got little to lose. So providing you were careful about how flippantly you threw your weight around on an Imperial world, it's certainly an option when it comes to displaying a plausible character. To that end, it's worth understanding also that along with your character, what your backstory is going to be very relevant. You're going to need the explanation of why you're there. People are going to want to ask you this, and they're also going to need all of the aforementioned information to know how to interact with you. I think it's fairly obvious, but it also is not often directly mentioned, that in the galaxy of the Imperium, their society is not equally orientated. What I mean by this is that yes, you can gain rank. You could, as an individual, potentially progress in your sphere of work. But all of these things are pretty difficult. You can't just quit what service you find yourself in and choose to do something else in the Imperium, not unless you're again in a position of privilege from birth and you have more freedom. In the Imperium, there are very strongly ingrained positions of power and social levels, and people will obviously interact and show different behaviour and service to those at those different levels. Basically, people are going to want to know how they're supposed to interact with you. Now for us, that's probably going to be less of a problem because we're just kind of trying to blend in with the general populace. But if you're walking around in a suit of power armor, people are going to know that they have to prostrate themselves on the floor. Similarly, if you're swinging Inquisition icons from a chain around your neck. But if you're just wearing civilian clothes, adept robes, it's going to be a little more nuanced. People might consider, okay, this person's in the bureaucracy, but at what level? Again, dependent also on who you're interacting with. And it obviously goes both ways. It's important that you would also do the same. These things are not optional, so you're going to have to be prepared to follow along. If you meet someone who's a level or many levels above yourself, you're going to have to act very deferentially. You're going to have to be ready to do it. You might need to kneel to acknowledge them, use polite language, say a blessing. Likely the best option, nothing at all. Definitely don't turn your back on, say, members of the Ecclesiarchy, the Astartes, the Sororitas, the Administratum, anybody with power. Don't show them any obvious disrespect. Don't start asking stupid questions. In terms of plausibility, though, there are other expectations also for how you deal with a social inferior. If you did take on the role of somebody levels above an ordinary peon citizen, if you were taking on the role of an inquisitorial agent, you need to treat those lowly people as such. Don't overly mix with them. Don't spend unreasonable amounts of time engaging with them, visiting their homes, wandering around with them. It's going to be weird. They're not really going to understand why you're doing that. And this is, I think, one of the difficult to change negatives about a trip to the Imperium. Whatever character and role you put yourself in, it is going to be difficult to interact with any legitimacy outside of your specific sphere of influence, because it comes down to really how safe do you want to play it. Do you want to be a citizen on a pilgrimage that gives you a reasonable chance of a fairly safe journey? Do you want to go hard, risk it with the fake inquisitorial retinue? Do you want to be some kind of trader? Overall though, one of the things that would be a good idea when you first arrive is to find anything in and around you to help you blend in. Go trade up some items to gain hard currency, buy some other clothing, other items to help your character be more believable, something from that world itself. It's not going to be a bad idea. Because to maintain our plausibility, we want to minimize the amount of time we're standing around looking even slightly uncommon, as this is going to invite curiosity, which invites questions, and the more questions we're presented with, the greater risk there is to our believability and others' suspicion happening, our whole story basically unraveling. Now, one of the perhaps surprising considerations here is that unlike if we were traveling to the past, because we're specifically traveling to the future, and importantly, the future that is the Imperium, you couldn't really do this if we were traveling to, say, the Golden Age or the Dark Age of technology. But because we're traveling to the Imperium, where they use a broad spectrum and history of technology, carrying some forms of our weaponry with you is actually entirely plausible, with some discretion based on where you're traveling. If you want to take on the role of an Imperial pilgrim, traveling to a shrine world or something like this, going in strapped to the teeth with weaponry, probably a bad call. Really, you're going to want a concealed blade, which you could argue is ceremonial at most. If it's a hive world, even a feudal world, or something along these lines, firearm, totally acceptable. Take your pick, arm yourself, no worries. It could still be a very ballsy move though, but if you really wanted to double down on that, you could also potentially gear yourself up, still discreetly as possible, and then take on the role of a weapons trader in a hive city. I'll come back to that when we discuss hive cities as an option. It's obviously pretty out there, a bit more risky, but again, it would work. In general though, for your personal protection, and dependent on the world you selected, this could actually position you in a relatively good standing for survival. And especially if you're trained in the use of firearms, let's assume you've got the finances as well to secure here and now some high quality equipment, combined with traveling with a group of companions that could decently ensure you a relative level of safety. At the bare minimum, you would want to carry something akin to a decent knife, anything that would get you out of a problematic encounter or give you a standing chance of survival. But again, at least do some basic safety training, because there's no point carrying this stuff if you don't know what to do. People you encounter in the Imperium are going to have had rough lives. It's safe to say many of them will know how to handle themselves. But again, depending on where you are, what you're doing, you're still going to want to try and avoid confrontations, because suddenly going all guns out blazing, bang bang, we're not in the Wild West, we're trying to blend in here. It's no good if somebody just looks at you the wrong way, whipping out a gun and starting a huge firefight, because obviously it's going to attract attention, it's going to attract potentially arbites or other security enforcers, and that could lead to all sorts of questions, detainment, all manner of problems. So it really needs to be a last resort, but still better to have it than not, especially if you got challenged by, say, some gang or whatever. But yes, interestingly and perhaps surprisingly, weapons not off the table for you to travel with. A lot of people want to protect themselves, especially in hive cities, and the Imperium refer to projectile weapons broadly as stub guns. There isn't any specific make or designation or configuration. They're all sorts of modified weapons. So really, you could take whatever you wanted to. It's easily going to be accepted as being entirely plausible without too many questions. Again, maybe remove branding there. It may even open some doors for you by interested traders or guilders who are like, hey, this guy's got some high quality stuff. Maybe we should have a talk with them about it. And in our time travel scenario, why not make friends with those kind of people, let them show you around. You could tell them that you've come in from off-world, you've never been here before. Maybe they would even show you the sights, and you could give them a promise of next time you return bringing a shipment of these weapons. And then of course we just travel back to the now. So if you're going to go this route, if you're in a hive city, it might not be the worst plan ever to try and trade up your gun for something a little more in keeping with the location you find yourself in as well, to blend in even further. That's another part of it, and that really brings us to our next thing, which is services, accessibility, basically payment. How are you going to pay for stuff? Now, payment and finding somewhere to stay during your visit might seem like an immediate imposition. But as I just said, if you have the way of speaking, if you can open up opportunities, you might be able to ingratiate yourself with some locals. But just as we cannot fabricate advanced identification or other details that would enable us to access areas of interest during a visit to M41, how on earth are we going to get any currency? If we were to travel back in time 100 years, 200 years, 500 years, we would still theoretically be able to create some passable currency to take with us. But if we're traveling to the future, how are we going to have any money to just buy food, a place to stay overnight, for toll gates between hive districts, to pay off anybody who maybe needs a little greasing to help us out of a sticky situation? Or what about tribute on entry to ecclesiarchy cathedrals and so on? There are many scenarios where just having some hard currency is going to help. But how can we do that without knowing what the currency is? Remembering the Imperium generally does not use a standardized currency system. There are, as I'm sure you've heard before, throne gelts, but these are going to be entirely useless for the most part, because such currency denominations are only going to be used again by the upper echelons of Imperial civilization, rogue traders, guilds, inquisitors, the nobility. It's not something an ordinary citizen or even local system traders are likely going to be using, which also means it's going to be very limited as to where you could use it, even if you had some within, say, a hive city, shrine world. Not to mention, could be quite dangerous to use because local arties, probators, guild officials, general city officials might take an interest in who's this random civilian who's down with the plebs and is throwing around throne gelt. What? It's not a safe option, generally speaking, for us to be carrying it or using it. It'd raise too many questions and just also be pretty impractical. Thankfully, most Imperial worlds use some kind of localized currency. Hive cities will often have a single or even several currencies used inside of them, because remember, these are cities of often 10 billion, 20 billion people, so they need to have some kind of economy there. It's not something heavily documented though, so we can't know necessarily ahead of time what form these are going to take on specific worlds. Provided we have some luck, we don't really need to. Because no matter if you're going to a hive, a shrine, a feudal world, just taking some decent value items along with you should mean that you can find a trader, some kind of broker in the district marketplace you can sell a product to. What kind of product could we trade for local currency? A decent amount of things, probably. Precious metals, always a good call. Again, there needs to be some kind of legitimate backstory as to why you have them, and just saying I found it doesn't really go. However you want to do it, carrying precious stuff like that around, it's going to have some risk. For starters, you don't know who you're trading with. You don't know if they will believe your story. You don't know if somebody is going to mark you as an ignorant outsider. They're going to sell you the stuff, follow you down the nearest alleyway and clonk you on the head. Presuming you're a decent judge of character though, presuming we're not horribly unlucky, we'll presume you can find a reputable trader. So what could we trade? As already said, precious metals. Humans' appetite for shiny things never really diminishes. Weapons, another good one, especially within a hive city, for whilst the materials of the Imperial war machines are produced en masse using STC production, ordinary scum humans in the lower or the underhive are going to be using all manner of weaponry that is produced among themselves or smuggled in off-world. So bringing weapons, if you could decently conceal them and that were in good order, although maybe not brand new for appearance's sake, just good order, this could give you some income. Funnily enough, water, although difficult to move around, and also for ordinary citizens, pure, clean spring water, it'll bring you some money, because all any ordinary citizens are going to get is the recycled stuff that's been through the city system several hundreds or even thousands of times. So pure spring water, it's going to be like a fine wine. You'll get some value there. But finding the right trader for that is going to be important, because no lowly citizen is probably going to be able to afford that. So you're looking at middle business owners, or better, probably anybody with some decent wealth. They're going to be the ones to look at. But the problem is, those guys probably have their own sources already. So in actuality, maybe it's not really the way to go. Technology is a possibility, but remembering the rule against no AI in the Imperium. But when it comes to technology, one thing that's going to be challenging, of course, is integration and usage, and in general flashing things that people haven't seen before. It might be dangerous. It's a bit of a thin line to walk, but there's some possibility there. I guess one of the only other things that could be beneficial to trade and sell would also be some medicines. If you could procure something that was generally still relevant, that might bring in some cash. One option might be antiquities, small statues, probably not books, but things in general of this nature, things which have some age, things which have some quality. You could dirty them up a little bit, try to pass them off as maybe relics from the Dark Age, just make up whatever story you want. Although obviously, like I said, not books in this situation, because, you know, books actually don't last that long because of paper and so on. But in general, rarities that you could pass off as having originated from some famous person from another world, even Terra itself. And obviously, along with the precious metals, you could go for jewelry and so on and so on and so on. Things like that, people are going to be interested. There's many possibilities, and again, if you have a lot of personal knowledge in a specific subject matter, it would make sense to you to lean in on that, so that if you're faced with follow-up questions, you could speak to it. If not, then feign ignorance, pass yourself off as a trader, speculator of antiquities. You found it, a guy was selling it, you wanted to take a punt on it, see if you could get some money. As for the currency itself, probably makes sense to ask around a little before you actually make a trade. Find out what the local currency is, what the rates for goods that are generally expected, rooms, food, drink, market goods, etc. Some of this could be done through overheard conversations or direct inquiry, but it would be helpful later also, because it's another piece of information that's going to help pass you off as an informed person, not just a random stranger who's going to be an easy target being ripped off or scammed. You know, if you go to a venue, if you go to a bar in the Hive slum and you say, oh yeah, I'll take some of that amball meat, cheers, and they say, yeah, that'll be 60 credits, and you go, whoa, no, 20 credits, thank you. It's going to give you some legitimacy. People are probably not going to bother to ask you any follow-up questions, because they think, oh yeah, this guy knows what's going on. As for currency itself, some worlds are going to use literal tokens, maybe some synthetic paper money. If we were very unlucky, it could be a world that uses some kind of digital format linked to some kind of personal ID. That's going to be a problem. It could prove very difficult to get around unless you're willing to lift an ID off another citizen, bonk them on the head to secure it. That's not particularly advisable. It's a bit of a risk. So we're hoping it's a world that still uses hard currency, and thankfully, because the Imperium's kind of backward, they do mostly do that. Lastly, of course, if we ended up on a world that was a feudal imperial planet or even a shrine world, it's very possible they may also still be doing barter for trade, 10 apples for a piece of meat, and so on. Although most often there's going to be some kind of currency alongside that, but you may be able to get away with trading for what you need for the more simple goods. Coinage in feudal worlds, it's still going to be some form of pretty standard precious metal, because likely as with our own coinage minted in medieval times, the world itself may add impurity into coins, and the purity of the coin is going to dictate its value. We're talking about currency at that kind of level. Again, like in a Hive City, you probably could then go to find a market trader, a money changer, a merchant who would be willing to do you some kind of deal, set you up. On a feudal world though, the amount of wealth you'll be needing is also going to be significantly less than a Hive world for obvious reasons. But basically overall, there are ways around you having no money on going to these worlds, and so long as you made it your first port of call, you're going to be fine. So before we finally choose a destination, the last question really is, what is it you're looking to see and take away from the trip? Imperial architecture, Holy Terra itself, the castles of Imperial Knight feudal worlds, a dangerous but exciting trip into the Underhive. It's going to largely be dependent on how safe you want to play it, but it will also obviously affect what you can do and the kind of travel you want to portray. If you are visiting an Imperial feudal world or a small district upon a shrine world, people are likely going to be far more welcoming, interested in speaking to you than they are within.
Okay. Ugh. No, throw it away.
Get everything out.
Actually, eat it all this time. Last time you didn't even eat it all.
Can I put this?
Lick it.
No.
Oh, shit.
In a hive world, maybe not to start poking around in people's business if you're going there. You don't want to be just wandering around anywhere you want because you're still dealing with humans, and humans of the future are going to care about boundaries and property just as much as they do now. So just wandering into an area you have no place being is going to likely get you an earful of words at the very best, probably a good kicking as well. One thing that may help you make connections or enable others to feel you are worth their time speaking to is if you have some information. As far as we know, there's no regular delivery of news in the Imperium other than the power structures of the worlds themselves, so a governor and his administration will be in charge of describing to those on a planet exactly what is happening in their local system and beyond, no matter if it's true or not. Now, of course, you're going to want to scale any information you decide to pass on here. Don't start talking about the Despoiler and his crusades. Don't start talking about Guilliman, Belisarius Cawl, anything like this. It's going to likely get you immediately in trouble, declared a heretic, or at best a disturber of public discourse by spreading rumours. Providing you knew the system you were in or little about it, you could try some general small talk. I heard there was an incident on such and such world recently. I know somebody there who said this and blah blah blah. Something like, I heard they've increased the tithe on X world. What do you think? How's that going? It's a good way to start a back and forth. You could bring positive news or negative news because both of those things are not your fault either way, just general information. But positive may be the best way to go. You're not wanting to make yourself seem overly informed that it's going to bring you tons of additional questions. But again, having a rationale as to how you came by that information is going to be helpful. And like I said, I heard it from a merchant, I heard it from a guilder I traded with several weeks ago, that kind of thing. And all of this will of course tie in with whatever backstory you've decided to create for yourself. Those two things should align so that they make sense. It doesn't make a lot of sense that a pilgrim will have been talking to a trader about some kind of political or military situation on another planet. If you yourself were trying to be kind of like a weapons trader and you were making banter with a guild who have invited you in for the evening, yeah, that's going to fit a little better. Whereas if you are being a general citizen, a pilgrim, a trader, some kind of lowly worker, you're going to want to chat about rumours that are relevant to that. They're going to want to chat about news they've heard, more so than, say, would an inquisitorial aide who would likely be saying nothing and only asking questions. And again, it depends on who you're speaking to, the world classification you're visiting. Some people are going to be enraptured with your stories and news, and this could actually open up all sorts of doors, interesting discussions, which is of course one of the things you're traveling for, you're hoping to experience. But it just needs to be handled very thoughtfully, not giving away too much, not stepping into a trap that you're not going to be able to get out of easily. And if you were playing that role of an Imperial Pilgrim, maybe you're upon a shrine world in this scenario, you might be able to speak about your home world. And so you would need to research and know something about that. You could also speak about another place you visited whilst on your pilgrimage and what you saw while you were there. But again, be careful you're not caught out by somebody who has actually been to those places and tries to ask you, which side of the central square the cathedral was on. Because, unsurprisingly, even in M41, people don't like to be manipulated. If you're caught out and people can see that you're blatantly lying to their face, they're not going to be very happy about it, they're probably going to do something about it. Now, we'll talk more about shrine worlds and religious travellers in that section, but one of the major things I haven't mentioned is also knowledge of the Imperial religion, because that is everywhere in M41. If you're planning to visit a world such as a shrine world, but really any world, you do need to be up to speed on your history and some knowledge about the cult Imperialis. You're going to need to know some common prayers, you'll need to listen to those around you and pick up common phrasings, and also when you need to say them. because this is going to catch you out significantly and very problematically if you cannot recount common prayers that everybody should be memorized by now. If you happen to see any senior ministerial members, the rare off chance of a sororitas, avert your eyes, don't get involved. Travelling to any religious world or institution of the Imperium could be one of the safest options and simultaneously one of the most dangerous, depending on how unlucky you were. But just generally speaking, a religious pilgrim is going to be one of the more beneficial, safe roles to choose, because it's going to enable you to see some wonders of the Imperium, allow you to bypass a lot of questions about your background, and you may even find yourself able to gain some charity from fellow Imperial citizens and their institutions. Dependent on the planet you're on, these could be more or less available. But there are unfortunately a lot, like we said from the start, of limitations as to what we would be able to access and see. This is just the nature of such an expedition for us. You can't expect to be seeing, as I said, a Forge World and Astartes Fortress, halls filled with titans. It's just out of reach for what we can plausibly expect to access. Now, one thing before we move on, and it's a pretty big one, the language barrier. Now, although we always understand the lore to be told to us in the medium of our own languages, if you're thrown into the far future, you're basically going to be left speaking Low Gothic. Can you speak Low Gothic? Maybe, because the lore around this is extremely thin. We of course know there are two primary forms of Imperial language, High and Low Gothic. High Gothic being used by adepts, high-ranking members of the Imperium, etc., road traders, Mechanicus. Low Gothic, everybody else. The plebs, basically. And any of those high-ranking officials are going to know Low Gothic as well. Now, I've seen this discussed endlessly about just what each of these languages are, and the simple truth is it's not clear, because it's barely been expanded upon or used since the first Rogue Trader edition of 40k. High Gothic, it's basically Latin, a bit of French, all kind of mixed together. Low Gothic, it's meant to be like a bastardized version of Latin, but maybe some English thrown in, maybe some French thrown in, some other language elements from human culture over millennia. It's shown to us in the novels as our own language, and then Latin for the high complex, high Gothic bits of narrative for storytelling purposes. In reality, there's no definitive clear answer as to how Low Gothic is spoken, sounds, written. It's questionable if it's even a standardized language, just in the same way that, say for example, Mandarin is one of the core languages spoken in China, but there are many regional variations that some people from a different area couldn't understand, or just partially understand. And that's really how I think of it to be in the Imperium. And most of the time, in terms of the lore, that doesn't become excessively problematic, because anybody who needs to travel around, like Space Marines, high-ranking Imperial members, traders, guilds, they're either going to know High Gothic or they're going to know variations of Low Gothic with the locations they travel to. They're advanced enough that they can cope with that kind of thing. Most ordinary people are not moving around. Most people are staying in their hive city, they're staying on their world. It doesn't matter to those people that everybody else somewhere is talking slightly different. For us, it's quite a big problem. Now, as far as I can recall, I've not seen any common universal translator MacGuffin in 40k, but I would speculate we might imagine that of course members of the Mechanicus could very easily function in that role as necessary, or servitors, servo skulls, etc. Those things could really step into the role of a translation device. So there are mechanics in the verse that could also step around that problem, but none of which of course help you as a traveller. Not to mention that on many worlds they may also then have their own specific regional dialects as well. So how do you get around this problem? Well, we can't. Because being fully honest, it's a pretty hard roadblock to travelling to M41 or M30 or anywhere in between. And I'm quite a stickler for, sort of solving these kind of problems, working our way around it. I think in this instance, it's just more trouble than it's worth to try and think around. It's better to just say, okay, we're just going to have to put that one to the side. Because unless we presume that Low Gothic is some rough version of English, something like Old English, in which case maybe you could scrape by, although if you've ever heard Old English, it's not the easiest. Also, if your language skills are just not entirely up to scratch, that's not necessarily an automatic giveaway that you don't belong. It may even help back up your story that you're from another world or a specific other sector where your language is not quite the same as those from this area. Remembering again that people in ordinary levels in the Imperium are not moving around much. So it would be believable that you could be coming in from outside and not up to speed with the local lingo. It would be less believable that you didn't know Low, Gothic, or some variation of it that you could get past. So the bottom line is that in order for this thought experiment to work, this is one of those things we just have to suspend disbelief and hand wave aside. Because unfortunately there's just no clear, obvious solution, unless you just want to throw it out the window and say, well, we've got a time travel device, so we've also got a translation device. That works too. So the last thing before we get to locations, we've talked a lot about the things you need to do, but what about the things to avoid? Well, one of the first things people are going to be worried about in travelling to the Imperium is being branded a heretic. For sure, if people see you appearing out of some portal of light, they might think you're coming out of the warp, and that might get you branded a heretic. So in planning where to emerge, try to plan on that being somewhere out of sight. Technology, can you take your phone with you? Can you bring other things like a compass, a torch, and so on? For the most part, probably yes, but it's going to be dependent on what your personal background story is, how good you are at talking your way out of any questions that come with that technology. The safest being just, oh, I bought it from a guy, but that might be pretty low on believability. But even on a feudal world, you can always explain about how you've travelled from somewhere else in the Imperium, and people would likely be like, oh really, where? And be pretty okay with whatever you're carrying. Talking about the past or the future or figures of note. Like I said before, avoid. Don't start talking about human history, things that could happen. Great figures of the Imperium, definitely don't start talking about the interest of a Xenos. Don't start asking questions about a Xenos. People are going to get suspicious. They're going to think you're up to something, you're in collusion. They're going to report you. Because in the Imperium, general knowledge of human history or aliens, it's not really common. There are some planets, hive cities, who even barely believe Xenos exist. They think it's all just spacefarers' tales, so it's generally a bad idea. People are going to think you either know too much, and that's a problem, or they're going to think you're talking nonsense, and then they might ignore you. That's probably the best case scenario. Should you start talking about Imperial history? It might be applicable if you were a pilgrim or travelling as some sort of scholar or historitor or the brazen inquisitorial retinue member. You could maybe offhand mention the reason you're travelling is at the behest of named inquisitor, and maybe mention something about, oh, Guilliman's crusade, but really distant peripheral references. Don't go into specifics, because again, that's either going to invite more questions or make people think you're talking too much, and that maybe they need to tell somebody that, hey, there's this guy and he's like talking all this stuff about Guilliman and the crusade, and why does he know all this? You might get reported to local authorities, basically, and that's going to get really bad really quickly. Generally, avoid saying anything too knowledgeable or specific. Keep your conversations general. Otherwise, yes, people will be interested in you, but it's going to create situations you don't want to be dealing with. And people are going to think, what's up with this person? With the exception of if you're playing that inquisitorial aid, yeah, maybe you could question people.
Yeah, and then his jacket. He was wearing. Okay.
Hey Graham.
That's fun.
Hey Graham. Have you seen the pictures of the kitty?
Yeah, the ones that your dad sent me?
Yeah, he's very cute.
Yep, I have.
Alright.
Okay.
What?
It'll be about 12:30.
Alright.
Okay, bye.
Alright, bye.
You stopped live streaming?
No.
Are you still live?
Yeah. Alright, no.
Can you show them the cat?
Yes. Kitties. She said about 12:30.
Probably yes, but it's going to be dependent on what your personal background story is, how good you are at talking your way out of any questions that come with that technology. The safest being just, oh, I bought it from a guy, but that might be pretty low on believability. But even on a feudal world, you can always explain about how you have traveled from somewhere else in the Imperium, and people would likely be like, oh really, where? And be pretty okay with whatever you're carrying. Talking about the past or the future or figures of note. Like I said before, avoid. Don't start talking about human history, things that could happen. Great figures of the Imperium, definitely don't start talking about the interest of a Xenos. Don't start asking questions about a Xenos. People are going to get suspicious. They're going to think you're up to something, you're in collusion. They're going to report you. Because in the Imperium, general knowledge of human history or aliens, it's not really common. There are some planets, hive cities, who even barely believe Xenos exist. They think it's all just spacefarers' tales. So it's generally a bad idea. People are going to think you either know too much, and that's a problem, or they're going to think you're talking nonsense, and then they might ignore you. That's probably the best case scenario. Should you start talking about Imperial history? It might be applicable if you were a pilgrim or travelling as some sort of scholar or historitor or the brazen inquisitorial retinue member. You could maybe offhand mention the reason you're travelling is at the behest of named inquisitor, and maybe mention something about, oh, Guilliman's crusade, but really distant peripheral references. Don't go into specifics, because again, that's either going to invite more questions or make people think you're talking too much, and that maybe they need to tell somebody that, hey, there's this guy and he's like talking all this stuff about Guilliman and the crusade, and why does he know all this? You might get reported to local authorities, basically, and that's going to get really bad really quickly. Generally,
Andrew, turn that down.
avoid saying anything too knowledgeable or specific. Keep your conversations general. Otherwise, yes, people will be interested in you, but it's going to create situations you don't want to be dealing with. And people are going to think, what's up with this person? With the exception of if you're playing that inquisitorial aid, yeah, maybe you could question people. Generally, it's going to create situations you just don't want to be dealing with, and people are going to think something is up. Now, if you're playing the role of a pilgrim, don't be tempted also to start telling people that you've had visions about this or about that, or some event that might come to be, because they're either going to think you're an unregistered psyker, and that warrants investigation by authorities, not good. I suppose an outside possibility, they might think that you've had a vision or been reached out to by the Emperor and blessed, but that's a pretty outside chance, and very likely in hive worlds, shrine worlds, there's a lot of people walking around going, I've seen something that the Emperor told me. I'm sure that it's probably not all it's cracked up to be, because the thousands of Imperial citizens, including one Nara Nissan, were left clawing at the gates upon Terra, having discovered for themselves they were not actually all that special. One thing that you probably don't have to worry too much about is wandering into districts or areas that are out of bounds to you. I mean, try not to do that anyway, but the Imperium is pretty solid at locking down sectors, district areas where people aren't meant to be, because very often the citizenry are treated like headless chickens. Nobody's going to be too offended if you try and walk into somewhere, a district, that you're not meant to be. There's going to be guys there to turn you around, you can feign ignorance, you might get a bonk on the head. It's not going to be too bad. The one strong advisory is to just stay street smart. If you're on any kind of Imperial world, don't stray far from the lit general paths. Don't go down that dark alleyway. Don't open that trapdoor, because there very likely is something lurking down there in the dark, waiting to come out. Best leave it well alone. Also mentioning Chaos, Heretic, Slaanesh, Horus, just don't do that. Now, an obvious thought would be, well, surely a hive city. After all, what is one new face among billions? It's a fair enough point, but it's also worth considering additional details here. Primarily, like we've said all along, what are you doing here? If you're a lowly worker, you're not going to be seeing a lot of interesting tourist sites, although arguably the sites of the industrial work in the Imperium could be fairly interesting to see, so maybe it is in fact worth seeing. But leaving aside the health considerations, and not to mention again the ID issue, getting around in this kind of area could still be pretty problematic. But let us presume that you have managed to infiltrate via some of the suggestions we talked about already. You could likely pass yourself off as a pilgrim, some other traveller who is maybe from another area of the Hive City, and decided to take this long journey, maybe noting some elements of your backstory about you having run some sort of enterprise or other, and you might need some currency to make that one believable, or some other kind of tokens and artifacts. If you wanted to fill in for industrial workers a day, the big risk is that you might never be able to get yourself out of that situation once you're in it. Not to mention those who grew up in the choking smog, the heat, the damp, the claustrophobic, stinging atmosphere of a hive city. Those people are going to be used to the conditions, whereas you are not. So it might seem an interesting idea, let's see what it's all about, but a single day could easily be the end of you, especially if you're tasked with some industrial role that you're not at all used to, and you end up falling down some horrible pit or incinerated or crushed or whatever. Maybe better to pass off as some general goods trader, a black marketeer perhaps, or somebody just looking for opportunities, a bit of a dodgy dealer. It gives you some credence to not want to talk too much about yourself as well. And you could bring along some wares from our time to pass off. That would be pretty believable if you made up again backstory there. Do your deals, move on. You could wander around without too much trouble, enjoy the mix of gothic industrial brutalist architecture of the lower hive cities. Just keep moving, don't make too much of a scene of yourself. However you play it though, a hive city is always going to be a pretty rough experience. If you're opting for that and you really want to get down with it, maybe re-roll the dice and go in on that weapons trader role. It's definitely not going to be safe, but it's going to certainly give you a very real experience. It's going to maybe open some extra doors to different things you wouldn't be able to do if you were just kind of passing through with all these slum workers. The only problem could be also attaching the wrong attention of any guild who operate and manage the sales of such goods in the area. They might invite you in, they might seem friendly, but they might be looking to eliminate you because you likely would need some kind of documentation, pay taxes to them. Maybe they feel like you're infringing on their territory. So it is a dangerous game to play. It's going to significantly increase as well the general attention placed upon you, dependent on how good you are at under the table dealing, etc. So what other venues could you look at? Well, likely really only the Underhive is the option. I throw in the Underhive as a final rogue option because it's pretty out there. The Underhive is basically a war zone, and it's run by brutal gangs who might just take a dislike to you, drag you off the streets to be fed to whatever horrible pet they happen to have on the go. On the other hand, the laws are made by the lawless. If you were down in the Underhive and you were so inclined, you could pretty much do whatever you wanted to with very minimal consequences, and that includes access to pretty much every vice imaginable. If that's your jam and you don't mind the pretty high risk of being dragged off to a work gang or just brutally ended by a gang or a bounty hunter if you've got lots of visibility, it's an option. Seems a crazy thing to throw out there considering how much we've talked about safety, but this is in M41, and for some people that kind of knife edge experience is going to be exactly what they're looking for, and this is just about the only options you're going to have to do this kind of thing without the complications of, again, ID, authorization, going to different areas, other tokens that would be difficult to secure to make it a viable option. So the Underhive, pretty horrific, pretty high risk, but pretty exciting and adrenaline fueled if that's what you're looking for. Now again, if people enjoy this series, I think I could revisit each of my selections and then go down into them in more detail and many other things beside. But I'm just saying there are many possibilities of different roles you could undertake. But my last one for today as a Hive City, my previously noted gamble again on the Inquisitorial Aid. It's a big risk, but so long as you stay away from authorities, and the reason why I wanted to select this one is because of the fact that we're staying in the lower hive, because in the lower hive, being the Inquisitorial Aid might not be as big a risk as you might imagine. In fact, it could be the easiest way of opening up doors and opportunities, because it certainly depends on how you play the role. It would have to be with absolute immersion and confidence in that role, some believable props to back it up, maybe even requiring you to be able to handle yourself in a physical confrontation, which definitely could happen. Because if a gang or a guild who are up to no good, they start hearing about an Inquisitor's Aid poking around, the last thing people want is an Inquisitor coming to a planet. So they might decide that it's in their best interests to try and make that problem go away. But on the other hand, they might also decide to leave alone because, again, eliminating an Inquisitorial Aid and that aid then not returning to the Inquisitor is also going to...
I'm not gonna take it.
When he was moving the snowmobile, guess what?
Yes, Inner.
His helmet literally broke for a second.
Yeah.
Because I had to find pieces.
Need a light. Turn it down now.
I got it.
There's one glove. shut the door and come grab some. He's coming.
Going to be a big red flag. Instead, they might try to just eliminate any evidence of whatever they've been doing. Still, this role would certainly intimidate others. It could enable you to access places you would have otherwise no possible way of accessing. It's certainly one to consider. But remember, you're still restricted. You cannot go up into the middle, the upper hive. You can't speak to officials because there's a good chance they're going to want to check you out, and that's a big problem. So I decided to throw in the nuclear option, Terra itself. You have one option when it comes to visiting Terra, and that would be as a pilgrim. Anything else beyond that, it's far too dangerous. However, travelling there as a pilgrim would be a pretty horrendous and dangerous experience potentially in itself, but you might get to see some of the mind-bending architecture of the world. But you can forget about seeing anything like the Lion's Gate, Sanctum Imperialis up close. All of those areas are going to be, generally speaking, insanely off limits for ordinary humans by a considerable distance. At the very best, if you are blessed enough, you might catch a glimpse from miles and miles away. Because even prior to the heresy, the number of people descending upon the great palace of the Emperor was becoming problematic. The number of, not necessarily pilgrims, but refugees gave rise to huge ramshackle cities built in the shadow of the Imperial Palace, and these were intended to house the millions of people who had travelled from all over Terra to pass into the Imperial Palace, and maybe even, they imagined that they might see the Emperor. Remembering that in this time period the cult also worshipping the Emperor as a god was well underway, but many more simply just sought shelter and refuge. And I've often heard people discussing the very 40k defining thing of entire generations living and dying aboard ships waiting to descend to Terra to visit the throne world, because it indeed sounds pretty crazy. It sounds pretty thought up and fan-made and just the kind of thing that people discuss around 40k. It's the sort of thing that people would take from a small quote and then embellish it beyond all recognition with the typical luster of grim darkness, and then it gets turned into a meme, and then before you know it, you're calling one of the biggest Imperial tanks from the Dark Age of technology a scout tank, and so on. But with this narrative about people living and dying waiting to go to Terra, this is actually a thing. It's actually confirmed. Because for Terra, and especially the Imperial Palace, it's no longer the shining wonder that existed in M30. And a lot more people are trying to visit Terra as well. It exists now as a place where the fears, the glories of humanity are just lost amid a planetary labyrinth of spires, vaults, pits, hab, warrens. 10 millennia have left it encrusted with contamination that obscures the once artisan majesty. The defining shrine world. It's entirely scoured of natural beauty, no oceans or forests, just endless suffocating layers of rockcrete and plasteel, all sprawling unbroken across the entire surface of the planet.
Oh, shit. Ooh. Yeah. Sorry, everyone. I'm making lunch right now. Ugh. I literally just shoveled like 2 hours ago, and it's already being covered up by more snow. Yes, Sander. What? Zip what up? Try not to get the couch wet. Try not to get the couch wet. Andrew, turn that down, please. Turn that down. I said turn that down. God, you have to have everything at max 11. Here, move. I'm eating.
The skies are thick with transporters and lifters ferrying commodities which sustain the world, along with constant deployment of pilgrims by the millions. A constant migration brought souls across space, enduring all manner of hardships for even the rarest chance to set eyes upon the sacred palace. Amidst vast thronging crowds, you could disappear. You could immerse yourself in those whose souls have been pulled across the galaxy in this wish to see, even fleetingly, the golden towers of the palace. But if you also want to have an opportunity to witness this marvel, the jewel in the crown of the Imperium, you would need to ensure that you arrived somehow upon Terra itself and not become trapped on a pilgrim ship waiting for its arrival into the Sol system, because for many, that arrival may never come. Most pilgrims to Terra die during the warp journey, or they die of old age, or through the loss of their ships in the void. And even then, those who are able to successfully reach the Sol system will have spent countless years waiting in vast processing facilities on Luna, the moon, and then aboard vast orbital stations, the final stage within sight of the planet below. But the bureaucracy of the Imperium is so tortuously slow that it's said many will be born, live and die within those cavernous holding centres, all while awaiting documentation. For some, their applications would be lost or even stolen, and this is going to be a critical necessity if you undertook the role of one pilgrim to Terra. But this may happen more than we might imagine. You might lose documentation, and so even without your pass, if you're there with everybody that's already been cleared, it may be enough that once you've actually made it, once you're there upon Terra itself, we could presume that maybe anybody having made it there has already been cleared, and so they're just going to let these masses of people go to where they need to. Let's hope so, for your sake, anyway. So visiting Terra is a gamble, but it's certainly a safer bet than some. You may, if you arrive during a big festival, have an opportunity to approach some of the more sacred locations of the Imperial
My
Palace.
seat's wet now.
You might bear witness to some titans walking by, possibly, so long as you can also stomach taking your fill from the massive communal feed and water stations, because the huge crowds on Terra are so vast that the numbers of humans are herded like cattle from one place to another. They're basically feeding them out of troughs. So, don't fall down while you're in the middle of the thronging masses of millions of people, pilgrims surging toward their ultimate life goal of witnessing the Imperial Palace, because once they're there, nothing is.
What the fuck is that?
is going to stop them moving forward. So then a far more preferable option for us to consider, a shrine world. It's still going to be a queuing simulator basically, but you definitely will have more chance of being able to see something than you would if you were trying to go to Terra. Now, embarking on a pilgrimage to a shrine world means seeing its obscenely proportioned cathedrals, many of which will even pierce the upper atmosphere itself. The architectural skill executed in their construction will be of the highest level, all adorned with intricate Gothic marvels, the millions of pilgrims wandering the streets of the cities, immersed in echoing, chanting, prayer conveyances, the halls resonating with hymns and prayers all around you constantly. Huge stained glass windows glowing with saturated, vibrant hues, beams of light coming through as they visually narrate some of the most well-known or locally significant scenes from Imperial history, and more than likely which pay tribute and worship to the God Emperor. There would be endless Imperial ceremonies presided over by robed priests of the Adeptus Ministorum, all of which unfold in very elaborate grandeur, swinging censers filled with sacred incense, adding to the spirit of solemnity, while seemingly infinite processions of pilgrims trickle in, bearing offerings, symbols of unwavering devotion, snaking through the streets in displays of patient reverence. And surrounding the sacred structures of the vast cities are these serene shrine gardens, not all of these open to the public masses, but those that are could offer pilgrims a space for rest, rejuvenation, contemplation, while they try to find a small space to quietly, amid statues of saints and Imperial Gothic masonry, consider their purpose for being there, what they're trying to achieve. And one benefit to visiting such a place is that unlike a hive or a feudal world, throughout the streets of every corner of a shrine city, the air is going to be thick with the scent of sacred incense. And that's going to save visitors from the far less pleasant odours that are undoubtedly being heavily masked, and instead creating an atmosphere of conducive meditation, spiritual reflection. It's going to be a pretty different experience than a lower hive level city anyway. Pilgrims may find shelter in designated petition centres or other shared habs, humble but as clean as they possibly can be after thousands or even more people have gone through them. And the many thousands of pilgrims who surround you are going to foster a sense of camaraderie. They're going to give you tales of their individual journeys that are shared to pass the long hours waiting to gain the mere possibility of entrance to see relic exhibits. And these are only going to be available within certain cathedrals that showcase artifacts. But these are going to be objects believed to have been divinely touched, maybe by the Emperor himself, albeit remotely. They could be ancient tomes, recovered battle relics. Each is going to narrate its own significance in the annals of the Imperial cult. And while visiting a relic upon a shrine world, this could be very arduous, similarly to visiting Terra. But it may also be the greatest possibility you have to see some of the marvels of the Imperium. It could take you weeks or even months. I think if we're following the law, more like years or lifetimes. But for the sake of keeping things practical, let's say months, for you to be able to enter into specific sections of the outer cathedral. Think of this as being similar to ascending a great mountain, when you travel to a stopping point and then you're waiting a time before reaching the next one, and finally able to make that final outing to the summit. Because the journey itself is going to be long, it's going to be difficult. You're going to find yourself waiting for the majority of the time, as the long queue snakes through the massive buttresses of the lower structure, in through small chapels, down endless marbled corridors, and if you can survive the battle of endless waiting, you would finally be quietly ushered past the relic itself, witnessing one of the most prized objects in the system or the sector you are within. It's possible there may even be Sororitas assigned to guard a relic if it were sufficiently holy and prized. Even more likely if there were a Sororitas convent present, dependent on the type of shrine world or the size of the world. Beyond the sacred confines, bustling marketplaces are going to beckon, vendors offering religious artifacts, blessed trinkets, sacred oils. How legitimate are they? Look, we don't need to be talking about that. Another benefit to these worlds and cities is there is more likely to be a more positive spirit infused within the crowds of people. People are going to be very overjoyed, overcome to have the opportunity to be part and contribute to the spiritually enlightening ambience. I think personally, I would find that pretty irritating to be surrounded by people that were being very positive all the time. But still, I suppose better than people that are trying to hurt you. In fairness, I'm obviously glossing over some of the darker aspects here because those exist everywhere in the galaxy of M41. Because for many pilgrims, the journey to most sacred sites could very well prove to be too much. They're going to be carried away for blessed processing, but a pilgrimage to a shrine world offers an opportunity to experience the darkness of M41 without it being quite so dark. If you were lucky, you might be able to see one of the many ecclesiarchy parades that they enjoy to display the might and glory of the Emperor, because this may not only include the sisters parading alongside vehicles and floating cherubs, servo skulls, but potentially other forces of the Imperium as well. Imperial Guard, maybe even Astartes or an Inquisitor. Anything is possible. And so spending a considerable amount of time upon a shrine world could ultimately be very worthwhile and open some sights and sounds and rare opportunities you may not be able to see anywhere else. It also may be considerably more survivable. Lastly, two slightly less interesting options, but certainly still considerably more safe. Throughout the Imperium there are what's known as Garden or Paradise worlds. It's often speculated that many of these are in fact Eldari Maiden worlds. These were ancient planets that were terraformed or seeded by the Eldar millions of years ago, and that during the problems they suffered during the fall, many of these planets' locations or webway connections were lost and or damaged. And so this led to humans during the Great Crusade of the Emperor and the subsequent spread of the Imperium post-heresy claiming these worlds, much to the annoyance of the Eldar. But such worlds are not maintained or made accessible to the majority of humanity, because they are instead held usually for the specific enjoyment of the nobility, the higher-ups of the imperial administration, and basically anyone with wealth and influence. They are typically unspoilt worlds with a focus on luxury and an enjoyment of the natural world that is so minimally available upon hive worlds or indeed almost any other imperial world that it makes these truly the jewels in systems. Such havens may be owned or managed by an imperial governor and their family, or more likely a governor or overseer of an entire system or subsector.
This is Chris and his Capital One Venture X business card. With no preset spending limit, Chris can buy...
And typically, the residences upon such worlds would be far less dramatically grim, dark and gothic, because this is after all about luxury and enjoyment. We could perhaps instead see an architectural style that seamlessly blends in with the surroundings, because these locations will be crafted by the finest artisans the aristocracy of the Hive Spires can afford, and visiting a garden world is really the only possibility you're going to have to be able to interact with that level of the Imperium. They're going to be constructed with gleaming ivory-coloured plasteel embellished with intricate floral and celestial motifs that emphasise this fusion of nature and design. Elegant archways, huge arch windows that are in keeping with imperial style, providing expansive panoramic views of the gardens and pristine crystal lakes that stretch beyond. You might be able to observe cascading waterfalls, vibrant fields of flowers, meticulously manicured gardens. There may be constructed walkways that allow you to take in the wealth of beauty on display, perhaps that lead you down and behind waterfalls out to viewing positions through deep, rich forests teeming with interesting but unusually impassive wildlife. The list goes on and on and on, not to mention beautiful frescoes depicting scenes of imperial victories, ancient incidents, terror and the Emperor. What about an observatory so that visitors can gaze upon distant planets, nebula, constellations surrounded by advanced telescopic instruments? Although considering the presence of the Cicatrix Maledictum, maybe that should be closed until further notice. Maybe connecting to the villa, private aquatic retreat featuring crystal clear pools fed by a natural spring, water cascades from fountains. You get it. Basically it's a paradise, a rare one as well, for life in the Imperium. There could be two options again when it comes to your arrival at a paradise world. Try to infiltrate as a worker, or go all in again, roll the dice on your inquisitorial retinue disguise. In this instance, the Inquisitor option is going to be likely considerably more dangerous, because you're not dealing with peons of a lower hive that understand even questioning your credentials is going to be probably more than their life's worth. You're dealing with the upper echelons here, for whom checking ID and knowing who's who is just ordinary. So the chances are you will be found out in one way or another. Not to mention the fact that once again, can you speak High Gothic? I think my previous hand wave about language is less permissible in this instance. So what's the other option? Well, the maintenance and general operation of a garden world is going to be entrusted to an entire staff of servants, servitors and skilled gardeners who work diligently to preserve the pristine condition of the villa, the surrounding gardens, the land, and their presence is going to be importantly invisible, unobtrusive, and ensures that the residents can immerse themselves in the splendour of their world. So you might want to try and infiltrate as one of these servants, because Any Imperial noble or higher up is going to be paying little, if any, attention to the different servant classes. It's very much out of sight, out of mind, so you won't need to be convincing anybody there of who you are. You will, though, need to infiltrate, obviously, the workers, and that is still not going to be the easiest of tasks. Clonking a guard on the head and stealing their uniform, Agent 47 style, it's a possibility, but it might look pretty suspicious that Alan disappeared whilst on pruning duty and suddenly this new stranger has appeared. If an opportunity, though, presented itself to steal a uniform, you could try to simply talk your way into the situation, perhaps during the arrival of a large noble party. So long as you were not caught out by both leadership elements of the servant crew at the same time, you'd have plausible deniability. Still, it's going to take some stealthy sneaking to try and get yourself covered. The one positive is that it's unlikely you would need any paperwork or ID, because chances are if you're on a paradise world, you're meant to be there. It's unlikely that there would be stowaways and that once you're there, they're going to be checking everybody's ID all the time. But there's still a risk that working for those upper elements of Imperial society, they may have some form of biometric locking systems or other tracking ID. In a worst case scenario, you could always end up being taken away to some basement scenario, similarly to the Imperial navigators we discussed about, and that could be pretty unpleasant, because in all honesty, we always think of these garden worlds as being these pristine luxuries, the nobility going out to enjoy a good hike, but these are hive nobility on a planet where pretty much nobody's there to see what they're doing. It's a good chance it could end pretty badly. Still though, it's something of an option and something that would enable you to observe some of the more luxurious and opulent surroundings of Imperial society. But is that what we want to see on a trip to M41?
Here, answer. Yeah? Yeah? Hello? What are you doing? Yes.
You got a package on the steps and I can't.
Okay, Graham's here.
It's dying.
Grab the package, please. It's on the step. Grab it for me.
The final option is very likely the safest, but in being the safest, it's also potentially the least 40k of those scenarios. But I needed to include it because it is a viable option. It does give you some scenarios where you could experience life in M41. Because feudal worlds are basically medieval planets throughout the Imperium that for whatever reason became heavily regressed or out of choice refused to embrace technology. Remembering this is good for us because it means we don't have to worry about ID and we can more plausibly rationalize why we're there. The biggest question is going to be, what do you want to see on a feudal world? Because it's not something that jumps to mind as immediately representative of the Imperium, and for good reason, because most of the planet is going to be peasantry and small towns that really show little, if anything, of the Imperium. So what's the point? Why try to disguise yourself as a peasant? Well, the point is that any of the major cities on a feudal world, it's very likely that their fortress is going to contain Imperial Knights and so on, because as you might expect, this is going to be more of a blending also of Imperial architecture, even some technology. This is going to be the place you want to go because it's a feudal world. You're going to be able to get away with more roles, easier attire. Just look to our own medieval period. That's going to be enough of a disguise to really get you by. And the main sites we'd want to be seeing here are going to be those Imperial Knights. And that's going to be very difficult if you are planning to see them just standing around at rest. You're not going to be able to do that. You're not going to be able to just walk in and go look at the Imperial Knights. But luckily we don't need to, because as is so often the case on Imperial planets, on Shrine Worlds, Hive Worlds, they love a big show, they love a big parade, a demonstration of all the wonder and power of the Imperium to display to their impoverished citizens that actually everything's great, it's all going in the right direction. So when visiting a feudal world, you're going to want to immerse yourself in the community. Again, you could be a pilgrim, a travelling historiator. Maybe you were sent out by one of the noble families from a different planet to take stock of surrounding communities, or even from that family, but that's a bit more risky. Anyway, something along those lines. The Inquisitor Aid, again, it might be a little bit of a strong card to play here because these communities are much smaller. Therefore, importantly, they have far less happening than in, say, an Imperial Hive world. So word about you is going to get around almost instantly. So much so that it wouldn't be surprising if the nobles of the Knight household were to hear about it, then they're going to want you to attend some function. And you're going to come unstuck again because you're back to the language issues, you're back to potentially ID problems. They'll want to know who you're working for, what you're doing here, and so on and so on. Because Imperial Knight households are well integrated. They will know Mechanicus, they will know Inquisitors, Administratum. They're going to know a lot of the different levels above in the Imperium. And all of that is a big headache you don't want to deal with. Same goes for any kind of trader who's dealing with advanced tech. It's just a lot of questions. So you're going to want to keep this one nice and simple. The ultimate goal being, we want to get to see some lovely parade with Imperial Knights of the planet's household, stomping their way through the streets, huge banners flying through the air, everybody having a fantastic festive time. Because this is really one of the best things. They're going to be sending them off on some huge mission before beginning a crusade or deployment. So it's not a particularly rare scenario. It's something that would be very easy to blend in with, and seeing this is likely going to be the height of your visit. The one last opportunity here on a feudal world, and it's primarily the reason why I chose a feudal world as this last one, because it's not immediately obvious you might think to this, because there's an opportunity here that is far less available anywhere else, depending on how immersed you want to be in this journey, how long you want to stay for. Staying for a long time in a hive city, staying for a long time in a shrine world, anything where there's more Imperial apparatus around you, is dangerous, risky. There's much more chance you're going to get found out. On a feudal world, it's much less likely. You probably could stay there for much longer. And more importantly, you could try to work your way towards being in a city, eventually try to find work in the castle, the bastion, the palace of the noble family. This could enable you to see some sights and work your way up into a position where you really could have a full experience. Now, I mentioned that last today because, like I said, it's not something you immediately think about when you think about a feudal world. You think of a feudal world as just being this boring medieval planet, but it's one of the only ways you could actually open the door as basically a nobody. Whereas everywhere else is going to require very specific entry routes to access anything above what ordinary citizens can see. On a feudal world, you certainly have more of a possibility to try and work your way up through this social strata, although you would still be undoubtedly a servant for the noble family, but it's a lot more than you could hope to achieve in those other worlds. because the nobility on a feudal world are not expecting to have any major problems from their citizenry. It's a fairly small population comparative to the larger, industrial, sprawling hive planets. So that was my fairly freestyle thoughts about travelling to the Imperium in M41. This was certainly pretty interesting to put together, and honestly a lot of fun to be a little speculative about what we may be able to do or want to do within this scenario. Again, some of the parameters here of my own reasoning, in the sense of, would I want to visit a Forge world and immediately be converted to a servitor? Not really. Would I want to try and sneak into an Astartes fortress and end up as a servitor, or even much worse? Not really. There are, of course, innumerable possibilities when it comes to these kind of open-ended speculative discussions, which is the whole fun of it, but I wasn't looking to make a 6-hour video. So tell me what I missed. What would you want to do? What would you want to see? And more importantly, what do you want me to discuss in this format next? What about how would I, as a member of the biologists in 40k, research at close range Tyranids or Orcs? How about if I was a member of the Ecclesiarchy, how would I try to visit the holiest of places upon Terra? Or what about if I was a humble worker? Could you ever reach the Hive spires legitimately? And what would it take to do so? Tell me your thoughts below. This was a little different, so if you enjoyed, make sure to remember to hit the like, as it helps the success of the video for the channel and my stability to continue to make content. Thanks as always, and I'll see you all in the next one.
Are you fucking kidding me? Ugh. What a pain in the ass. I'm gonna beat this fucking parkour, I don't care.
So keep that same energy. When you see me, I ain't bleeding, bring the pain. Enemies, R.I.P. they see deceased, don't call me out. Cut this shit, speak about what you ain't in. You run your mouth, but you ain't about to fuck your rucks that you spit. When I speak, ain't wasting time, my talk ain't cheap. I walk and clean it up and mop on wipe the dust off on my feet. I'm coming with the hate, no time to debate the spaces. This won't be in vain. Running high from the mice, you know that's my favorite game. Flip with the all black soul, I made a cold. I think the night's mine. I flourish in the dungeons, keep on running. It's my time to shine. The call of the void, the sound of my voice is echoing through the pine. It softly whispers in your ear and pulls you when it's time to die. I got one too many bad days on my fucking case. Tell the soul to drain, paint your name on my fucking face. When you see me coming, it's too late to say goodbyes. You know why? Try to lie, you won't make it out alive. Keep that same energy. When you see me, I ain't bleeding, bring the pain. Enemies, R.I.P. they seem deceased, don't call me out. Cut this shit, speak about what you ain't in. You run your mouth, but you ain't about to fuck your rugby statues. I got a problem, holding holding grudges, don't say nothing, smoke 'em if you got 'em. One too many shots and miss me, think you need some ammo and some practice. Ain't the target on my back a little larger, so you hit it. You ain't shit but a bitch, now you fucked up. Bitch, I'm coming, now you turn into a suck up. You can run, but you can't hide, looks like your luck's up. Roll some nuts, you just a punk without a bow. In this wine, should've known, now it's time to keep that same energy. When you see me, I ain't bleeding, bring the pain. Enemies, R.I.P. they seem deceased, don't call me out. Cut this shit, speak about what you ain't in, you running your mouth, but you ain't about to fuck your ruckus that you spit. When I speak, ain't wasting time, my talk ain't keep on walking, clean it up and mop on what the dust off on my feet. I'm coming with the hate, no time to debate the spaces, this won't be in vain. Running high from the minds, you know that's my favorite game.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, are you serious?
Can you hear me? 'Cause I have been alone by myself. Can you hear me? So don't leave me alone by myself.
No!
Can you hear me? 'Cause I have been alone by myself. Can you hear me? So don't leave me alone by myself. Can you hear me? 'Cause I have been alone by myself.
What the fuck? I'm gonna lose my mind.
We don't wanna die, but we ain't in the news. So kick the chair, if you already know.
Oh my fucking god! Oh!
If I did what you said, I'd probably end up dead. You're all in my head, yeah, you're all in my head. There's blood in my eyes and my vision is red, red, red. I'd probably end up dead. Saw that you were back in town. I still gotta figure it out. Said that you won't make a sound. But everybody's laughing now.
Oh my fucking god. I got stuck at the spot last time. I tried to fucking do this. Fuck me! God, how much more of this do I have to fucking do? What the fuck? How am I supposed to do that?
You will search and destroy! Search and destroy! Any resistance you encounter is to be crushed! Hellsing does not run from our enemies! Kill them all!
Okay, come with a bang. I never frown because I'm not fake. I am a clown, the minimum wage. I've been a slave to the system and I'm the victim of play. I wanna change, but the ways are at base are the same with the pain.
Oh my fucking god. Man, I can't give up. What? You can't just fucking walk off that. What the fuck, man? Come on. What the Why? I don't fucking get it, man. Oh my fucking god, man. Yep, no, I'm done. I can't fucking do this shit. Fuck Halo. Man. God damn it, man. does. Let's try and play this. What is my display settings at now? $25.
What idiot?
Why is it all fucking off-centered? Is it off-centered for you guys? Yes, it's off-centered. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. What the fuck is going on?
on. It's not over yet.
I haven't played a Resident Evil game in so fucking long.
Hang in there, Helena.
I'll only slow you down. Just go.
You're not getting off that easy. Come on. After all we've been through, it'd be a waste to give up now. Let's try this way. We're almost through this. Let's take a break. There's gotta be a first aid kit in here somewhere. Makes me sick seeing good soldiers die like this.
Leon, are you there?
Hunnigan,
Good to hear you're okay. Where's Helena?
she's not doing too good. She needs medical attention.
Do you have any herbs left?
A few, but I'm not sure they'll help.
Okay, listen. Just follow my instructions.
Hold on, Helena. Too many good agents have died here today. You're not getting added to that list.
Leon.
Zombie.
Out of ammo. can't let your guard down for a second. How do you feel?
I think I'm gonna be okay. Thank you.
Leon, what are you doing? You need to get out of there, now!
We're heading to the quad tower.
What? No, it's too dangerous.
There are BSAA agents there with survivors. I can't abandon them.
Alright. Then let me help. I'll direct you to the safest route.
Thanks, Hunnigan.
I've sent over the field guide to your PDA. You can always refer to that in a pinch.
What the hell?
You got it.
Hunnigan, can we make it to the tower this way?
Yes, just keep moving in that direction.
Coming out of the woodwork. Over here! Get in!
What about that soldier?
You alright?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
You got it. Something doesn't feel right.
Back for more.
Resident Evil 6.
When did Resident Evil 6 come out?
October 2012. According to Wikipedia, a major installment in the Resident Evil series, Resident Evil.
Bioorganic weapons are a global threat. Start working with the rest of the world. We have to come to my desire to reveal the truth. Tell them it might create more problems than it's time we take responsibility. We want to have any chance. I've always valued your friendship, Leon.
Stay right where you are. Mr. President! Don't make me do this.
It's all my fault. I did this.
What are you talking about?
Tolok's Cathedral. I'll explain everything there, Agent Kennedy.
How do you know my name?
Yes?
Hunnigan.
Thank God you're both all right.
How do you two know each other?
That's Helena Harper. She's been with the Secret Service since last year. I can't tell you how good it is to hear you two are all right. Look, I hate to rush introductions, but I need a report on your situation.
I just shot the president.
What are you? He had already been infected by the time we found him. Leon did what he had to. He saved my life.
Why is everything so fucking off? Whatever. everything's so fucking off. It is what it is, though. Let's try Halo again. Well, we're not doing that one again. Fuck that. I hate those type of jumps. I'm not doing that. Let's see what else we can find.
Come on, come on, come on. That's my boy. Don't fuck with my boy. Kill that guy though. Kill that guy. What? You have one fucking job and it's to kill this guy. No, no, the fucking green dude. Come over here. Listen, go in there and go kill the fucking green guy. The green guy's in a hell of an issue, bro. The green guy, the fucking green guy. You hear what the fuck I'm saying to you? You hear what I'm saying to you? Yeah, okay. Nalo, you kill this guy. This guy died. This guy died. This guy died. If you don't kill this guy in 5 seconds. Right, I need to adjust my vibe. Yep. We ain't scared. We ain't scared.
Let's go through all the fucking socials. I've never actually tried them before. I used a promo code from one of the YouTubers I watch, and it was like $190 that I got for $55. So I was able to get a pretty good deal on it. But yeah, I just wanted to try it out and see how it was. I mean, probably won't be doing it again just because of how fucking expensive it is. Because even six meals for $55, that's still a little bit icky, you know. But yeah, so hopefully I can make it and it'll taste pretty good.
Double kill. Running riot. King of the Hill. Heal full control. Game one. Poll after poll shows Trump is the weakest candidate against Joe Biden, but Nikki Haley crushes Biden. On May 4th, 2022.
Call Kelly to apologize to her. Car. I can't breathe. I'm upset.
Trying to kick me?
Salut. Let's go.
Drench body butter.
So these are all the different ones that they gave me. I mean, there's only 6, so. But I'm gonna do this chicken one tonight.
They control more sectors than us. This is the path to defeat.
Bravo sector is now ours. I'm reloading! One down! Attacking Delta 1.
Oh, it's an AI. Fuck.
The battle goes well. We have conquered more sectors than our enemy.
We now control Alpha Sector. One of our objectives is under attack. Charlie Sector is ours. Control of nearly all sectors.
What a fucking party pooper. Let's get... Oh, you fucker. Going against bots is a hell of a lot easier than...
Tango is down!
Can't shoot for shit, though. I'll try the attack helicopter and see how it went. What just happened?
Let's make some trouble.
I don't know what the fuck